Okay, it is 7 o'clock and we have a quorum of the board present, so we will call this meeting to order. If everybody would stand and let's say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mary Kay, roll call.
Dr. Dave Bardo,
Here.
Trina Borneman,
Here.
Dr. Noel Deep,
Here.
Jill Maddock Nelson, Kristen Mattmiller,
Here.
Andy Mary, Danny Pyatt,
Here.
Angie Schreiber, JD Schrader.
Here. Okay, to permit fair and orderly public expression, the board shall provide a period for public participation at every regular meeting of the board and publish rules to govern such participation in board meetings. Presiding officer of each board meeting at which public participation is permitted shall administer the rules of the board for its conduct. The rules are: number 1, public participation shall be permitted before the board takes official action on any issue of substance. Number 2, attendees must register their intention to participate in the public portion of the meeting upon their arrival at the meeting. C, participants must recognize the presiding officer and will be requested to preface their comments by an announcement of their name and group affiliation if and when appropriate. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 5 minutes duration, in which Mary Kay will be the timekeeper for those 5 minutes. No participant may speak more than once on the same topic unless all others who wish to speak on that topic have been heard. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. All statements shall be directed to the presiding officer. No person may address or question board members individually. Presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate participant's statement when the statement is too lengthy, personally directed, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. Request any individual to leave the meeting when the person does not observe reasonable decorum. Request the assistance of law enforcement officers in the removal of disorderly person when that person's conduct interferes with the orderly progress of the meeting. Call for recess or an adjournment to another time when the lack of public decorum so interferes with orderly conduct of the meeting as to warrant such action. Okay, having said that, we will go to item 2, citizens delegations. Letter A, student representatives report. Lucy, you are alone tonight.
Yeah, I believe Ava had to work, so we kind of had the same layout as our last report. We have a field trips column, and as many of you know, the band is leaving for their Rose Bowl trip on the 28th. That was kind of also a special event thing looking forward. I talked to a lot of the kids that are going, and they said they're really excited and they think it's going to be an awesome experience. Then we had, last time I talked about Mrs. Fisher. She takes her class every year on a tour of Lambeau Field, and I heard from everyone that it was really enjoyable, and I had a quote, a really cool experience, so that was nice. Special events, the choir and band concerts, as many of you know, happened over the last week. I talked to some community members last night, and they said that they were incredible. I think that I always enjoy watching our band perform in anything they do. It's really fun. And then I talked to some of the kids that were in the concert, and they said the thing that stood out to them the most was the improvement from fall to winter. They said they felt a lot more confident on stage, which I feel like hearing from your peers and classmates is always nice. Looking ahead, I already talked about the band going to the Rose Bowl, but I think that's a pretty big event for Anago. They had practice in Merrill today, so it's all winding down. Sports and clubs, girls basketball, we have like some of the good records. Girls basketball is 4-4, so to start the season, that's pretty it's pretty solid for them. And then boys hockey was the same, 4-4. Boys basketball is still looking for a win, but I think they're almost gonna get it. Gymnastics took third last weekend in their meet against Rhinelander. And then for clubs, we had Key Club put together some tie blankets to be donated to Avail and nursing homes, which I feel was something to share because that's definitely a positive light on clubs in our school. And then we had holiday dress-up days this week coming up on break, and prizes were awarded to the best ugly sweater, so that was a fun week. I didn't win, if anybody was concerned, but yeah, that's pretty much all. So.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Lucy? Thank you very much for that report. Moving on to item 2B, public comment. Do we have any names there, Mary Kay?
Yes.
All right. We have Tricia Willie here to discuss previous board discussions employee.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to speak as an employee of your school district and a member of our community. I watched the last board meeting, as I watch every board meeting diligently, and the discussion on the school report cards and district report cards had some concerns that were raised in my eyes. So I wanted to speak towards that. So to quote one of the board members, we need to have some difficult discussions. However, I think that the difficult discussions that need to be had are with the board and some of the members on the board. I have some concerns with some of the understandings and the comments that were made from people that are sitting before me today. The lack of understanding of the development of children and their needs to succeed academically is quite shocking to me. I am by no means an expert, but I am highly qualified as a teacher in the area of education and child development. Those of you who sit before me make decisions for the children in our schools with lack of experience, knowledge, and understanding of how to support the whole child. The fact that you are sitting on the board is a factor that tells me you are probably a person who hasn't experienced true poverty and all that comes along with it. For a board member to say we need to move away from the trauma and focus on academics demonstrates a lack of research and knowledge of how children's brains develop and grow. According to the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, chronic exposure to traumatic events, especially during childhood, can adversely affect attention, memory, and cognition. This reduces a child's ability to focus, organize, and process information, and that is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to how trauma and poverty affect brain development and learning. It's a fact that the Antigo community is poverty-stricken, and that means the needs of the children in this community are very different from those in a middle-class community. You all, I'm assuming, fall into the middle or higher class part of our community, as do I, which means that you are able to work a stable job with a consistent paycheck and spend quality time with your families and children. That is not the majority in Antigo. The children that walk through the doors of our schools are dealing with so much more than you and I can imagine, that focusing on academics and learning is not the priority to them. Their priorities are getting food, being safe, and surviving. My job as an educator is to provide them with their basic needs, make them feel safe, build relationships, and then try to find the best way for them to learn academics, that in all reality, if you do your research, their brains are probably not prepared to absorb. The focus of this district needs to be on the development of coping skills, problem-solving skills, and perseverance through challenges. If children don't have these skills in place, learning is not going to happen. We need to put into place supports, curriculum, and Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions that are tailored to our specific population of students, not things that work for other districts different than our own. If we do that, you're going to see the academics improve. I also wanted to comment about Dr. Sprague. She has been a vital part of our district, and I value her insights, knowledge, and support. As a leader, she puts the needs of her students and staff first, trying to better this district in so many ways. She is checking in at schools, available for needs that arise, and will always lend a listening ear. In fact, I actually came to this district because Dr. Sprague was the superintendent, and I know what an accomplished and wonderful person she is and how she cares deeply for those that she serves. I will not hesitate to seek other employment opportunities if her leadership has changed, and I know many of my colleagues feel the same. The teacher shortage that we are experiencing now will exponentially grow in this district if Dr. Sprague is removed from her position. The Antigo School District staff support her, and Dr. Sprague needs the board's support and faith, not the constant negativity and disregard for viewpoints and ideas. She is undervalued, and it's affecting decisions being made for our district. It's affecting our students. I have not seen or heard board members coming into any Antigo schools and volunteering time to really understand what teachers and staff handle on a day-to-day basis. I think it is foolish that it's not a requirement of a board member to volunteer in schools and classrooms to experience what happens each day. Yet, we continue to allow boards to make decisions having to do with matters that they have not experienced and that affect everyone but themselves. I'm sure what I'm saying is upsetting and may come off as disrespectful, but it's not the intent of this. What is disrespectful is the posts I see on social media about our staff in our school district. What is disrespectful is how Dr. Sprague is spoken to and treated. What is disrespectful is that many employees feel the exact same way as I do, but are afraid to speak to this board because of the repercussions it will bring on their families or even local businesses they are associated with. What is disrespectful is the fact that I feel, now that I've taken time to say this, that I will be looked down upon without anyone ever setting foot into my classroom to experience what happens, because I've heard that people choose to hold a grudge. You can use your words to tell me things, but I haven't seen action. Actions speak louder. I love the quote, "The world is changed by your example, not your opinions." And I think it's time for the board to step up and start setting an example. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tricia, for those comments. We will move right along to item 2C, the Antigo Legacy Mosaic Mural Project Update.
Hello, I'm Brett Powell. I'm a junior at Antigo High School, and I am also the art club president. So we wanted to give you an update on the Antigo Legacy Mosaic Mural Project. As you know, we are working with the 5 schools in the district as well as the community members to create 5 permanent outside murals, one for each of the 5 schools. The high school mural will also include a community mural, including tiles with the name of community families and tiles made by the community members. The theme is belongingness, and the students in each school have been making drawings relating to that theme. Our mural artist, Connie Greeny, is then taking those drawings and then the elements for those to each mural to support the theme of belongingness. The students, teachers, staff, and community members are then making these tiles for the school's mural. We have already completed making tiles at East Elementary, the middle school, and the high school, with thousands of tiles already having been made. We will be working with North and West schools and the All Saints Parochial School later in January. We also have made tiles with some community organizations and businesses. Connie Greeny, or Mrs. G, does a presentation in each school that includes discussing belongingness and caring about each other and the importance of gratitude in our lives. She talks about her difficult upbringing and how she has learned to grow from it and how others have helped her along the way. In each school, every student was given a cube of clay. Each student then forms the tile and then creates an image of that tile. It can be a drawing or an initial or any design of their choice. Then later in the day, each gets to glaze a tile and then which is fired and then stored for the construction in spring. And then in May, the murals will be installed outside each of the respective schools. Through donations from community businesses, organizations, and members, we hope to have the project completely funded. And we would love to have each of you make a tile for these murals, and we invite you to attend the tile making days later in January at North or West Elementary. Or we could bring clay to possibly one of your meetings if you're interested in that. It takes 15 to 20 minutes for the brief presentation and clay making. Mr. Brabazon will email you these days and times if you're interested. And we thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Anybody have any questions?
Is there a certain pattern that we're looking to follow? So like, are all the certain clay tiles that are made a certain section, a certain color? Or is it just kind of a free-for-all.
What's happening is.
Could you come down to the mic, please? Thank you. We just have people watching online, and that's how they hear.
Yeah, my name is Gary Brabazon, and I'm on the mural committee. What's happening is, as we go into each school, every student is doing a drawing. They're being given some information about what does belongingness mean, and also talks about some themes that relate to Anago. And each student makes a drawing. So like in the middle school, we got over 500 drawings. In the high school, we got many more than that. And the Connie Greeny takes these drawings and she looks for common themes. And then she creates the mural based on these drawings. So a number of the tiles that the kids are making are to be fill-in tiles around, like background type tiles. And then we have some students in the high school who will actually be making the special tiles that will be the theme or the design for each one. So each of the 5 murals will be a unique theme based on what the kids in that school felt about what belonging means. And the cool thing is that these will be permanent. And I've been going around trying to raise money for this. And I had one person tell me that they have a daughter who teaches school in Colorado. And about 15, 20 years ago, their school made a mural. And she said it's been long enough now that some of those kids are bringing their kids to school. And that she watches them when they come and point out their tile to their kids. So it's something that I think will, that brings people together and will be a lasting piece of art that's of real value to the community in each of the schools. So, thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
You're welcome. Any other questions? We've had a lot of, especially in the high school, a lot of the kids helping with specialty tiles, and they've had some great experiences. And we've had a number of people come and make tiles, and they've just done a wonderful job. and different groups. Some of the businesses that are donating to this are doing specialty tiles, like Volm companies. They're actually using this as a team building project for their staff, and they're designing tiles that will be on the murals.
Nice.
So we are bringing the community in together on this.
That's good.
Okay.
Any other questions for Gary? Okay, thank you so much for what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Brett.
Yes, thank you, Brett, for telling us all that's happening going on. Okay, at this time, Jake, I don't remember when we voted and approved the voting machines. A couple of months ago, 3-4 months ago. But Dustin is going to come and give a demonstration. And so we will use the voting devices tonight in the meeting. Okay, so what is going to take place is whenever we are voting on a particular item, whenever I read the motion for the vote, I will say the voting is now opened. All of our names will appear over on the the left side of the screen. And then when a person votes, your name will be highlighted. Once all of the names are highlighted, at that point, then we will close the vote, and then Dustin will reveal the vote immediately. So you'll see it on the screen behind me, and then those of us on the board will see it on the screen that's in front of us hanging up there. Did I cover everything, Dustin? So the yes and no is pretty obvious. The ABS is abstaining. That's not for your braking system to put the brakes on something. Any questions about the voting system? Yes, Angie.
Will you be, I know when we were using this with the board, the question was posed before all the votes were revealed. Does anybody want to change their vote in case you mistakenly hit the wrong button?
Sure.
So that might be just a suggestion for you.
Sure. We can do that as well. Can we do that, Dustin, before I say yes? If somebody votes in the affirmative and they want to change to the negative, can that be changed?
After the vote ends? Or-
No, before the vote ends.
Yes, I believe if you accidentally hit the button, if you hit the other button, I believe it'll switch,
Okay.
as long as the vote is open.
So we will do that on this test question. Somebody please make a wrong answer, and then I will ask you if anybody wants to change your vote. and then somebody will change their vote to the right answer,
Oh.
okay?
So do we press the button and then that little airplane on top? Or does it just go?
Just the button should work.
Okay.
Just the 1A, 2B, or 3C.
And so for the public record, like on a money question, we're gonna do this.
We'll just do this for everything.
So how does Mary Kay write that in the minutes? Does it save the questions or something, or does it?
Well, it will appear up on the top, and then she will see this.
So she'll have to jot it down really fast? It doesn't like, I don't know, you need like a screenshot
Does
or
this
something?
save, Dustin?
Yeah, there's a report.
Yeah, there's a report that.
Okay, okay.
Good question.
I was just,
So every vote from here on out will be essentially a roll call vote.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Any questions from any other board members?
okay, and no results until a vote is done?
Until
So
the
it's
vote-
different than
Yes.
you hear how everybody else votes
Until the
before
vote
you?
is closed, absolutely. Are there any other questions? These are great questions. Our first time using this machine.
What do the highlighted names mean?
Whenever a number, yeah, that you voted,
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
yeah.
I have
So-
another question.
So the question is coming from Dustin. Oh, there it is. Do you like cilantro? What a question. Yes or no? The vote is open. Do you like cilantro? Okay, I see all 9 votes have been cast. Does anybody want to change their vote? Please change your vote at this time. All right, all votes have been cast. The voting is closed. Dustin, the results, please. So now you see the results in front of you. If you can read those names, you're,
Can you like get blue in there? I can't tell red and green apart.
oh,
You can just tell me who won. I can see Andy's yellow. That's why I did it for you.
okay. So is that, anybody have any questions now?
Yeah, could we make those names a little larger on that screen?
How large are they?
Not large enough.
They are large behind us.
Yeah.
I'll have to work on that.
So for tonight, Andy, we'll have to turn our head if we can't see. I just can't see the first one because of the glare of the lights.
To the board member computers, like, can you do a screen share type of a thing?
Is it
I don't do tech stuff, so,
a web page?
It will, yeah.
okay.
No, it's an application on this.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Mary Kay, do you have any questions?
So you could do it. It would just take effort. You'd have to have like a Zoom meeting open on your computer and share your screen, and then all the board members would have to have it open.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
I'd have to bring a computer. Not gonna work for me.
I think he can enlarge it. and
Oh
make it a
no,
whole
it'll
lot
work on my
easier.
phone. I can have Zoom on
I
my.
think enlarging it would make it a lot easier, right, Dustin? Okay. No other questions?
Do
Yes.
you want those red so people listening can?
We could.
How-
We could. And since you are our secretary, I'll let you read who is the yes and the no. I'm sorry?
She's able to see.
Yeah, I mean, if everybody's yes, then it's easy. If there's, so, and you're able to see it clearly, correct? All right. Any other questions?
It definitely let me change my vote.
It did let you change?
When you click it, it says okay. Like, yeah, and I went back and forth a bunch of times.
Okay. Did anybody else try to change their vote?
Yep.
You did? Okay, good.
And it shows you on the little screen if it's 1, 2, or 3 that you are registered as.
Okay.
Oh. Thought that was counting.
All right, good.
It didn't count down.
April's watching at home, she said it was hard to see.
Yeah, okay.
The screen is hard to see, so we will reveal through reading how the vote took place.
Thank you.
Does April want to know who likes cilantro and who doesn't?
She says she loves it and she's ready to argue about it.
Okay. I'm with her. I like cilantro too. My kids don't, but Carla and I do. All right, so,
If I could just, I am going to, I didn't switch during this test vote, but I can make it so that that screen is all that they see on the screen, and it'll make it a lot easier
Okay. What were they seeing prior to?
The camera shooting at the.
Okay. Okay. So we'll try that. If you'll let us know if April can see whenever we do this next vote, if she can see it on the screen. Thanks. It's great to have somebody letting us know what they're seeing so we can fix things. Any other questions? Okay, we'll be moving on to item number 3, consent agenda. Just want to remind everybody that as we discussed at our last meeting, we do follow the small boards for Robert's Rules of Order. So we will allow our discussions to be as that. So motion is all that's needed. Seconds are not needed for motions. Item A, approval of agenda, minutes, and financial reports. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the agenda minutes from the November 28, 2022 Board of Education meeting and special board meeting, expulsion hearing on December 5th, 2022, financial reports for November 2022, consideration of current bills, checks number 6420 through 6488 in the amount of $110,823.75, ACH numbers 222-300509 through 222-300611 in the amount of $678,684.39, and one wire transfer in the amount of $16,018.42 for a total of $805,526.56.
Motion has been made. Dr. Deep, you have made the motion, so do you have any comments that you would like to make on the motion? No? Dr. Bardo?
I need to abstain on check number 6295.
Any other member have a question? Hearing none, we will now open the vote for the motion that Dr. Deep has put on the floor. The vote is now open.
Did it accept mine?
No.
There we go. It didn't accept the.
Okay, all nine names have been highlighted. Does anybody want to change their vote? Okay, the voting is now closed. Dustin? All 9 members, I'm sorry, I'm taking Mary Kay's job.
Oh, wait, if it's-
No,
you can.
I can't see that very well.
Oh, you can't, okay.
I don't know if there's any point in reading it when it's unanimous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
Other than
unanimous.
letting the public know that it's unanimous, yes.
Okay.
Okay? All right, moving on to item 4, new business, review of proposed 2023 WASBE Delegate Assembly resolutions. You have that in print form as well as an attachment. So I will go to our delegate that is representing us at the WASBE convention next month. Kristen, I know this is your first time being a delegate, so what we would do normally is go through each resolution and find out how the board feels about that. And if verbiage would like to be changed, then you would change that.
Okay, so you just want me to read?
Yep. You don't have to read the resolution because all the members have had time to read the resolutions. So just give the first one there and ask if there are any questions or any changes.
All right, so Resolution 2301, high-cost transportation aid. Anyone have anything on that one? Okay. Resolution 2302, voter education. Comments on that one? Angie?
I just want to bring up the concern of how this would be taught in a non-biased manner, and by whom would this be, like history teachers, or actually having like a civics class? That was my only concern, is I just want to make sure it's not, it doesn't swing either way. You represent both sides, so that, kids can learn how to make well-informed decisions and go that route.
Have been, as being at the delegate in the past, I'm sure that will be an item for discussion in January.
Anything else on that one? 2303, independent charter school funding. 2304, learning barriers for students with disabilities. Yes, Angie.
I guess I have an issue with that they have problems with parental involvement. So am I understanding this correctly when they say that parents would not be allowed to disagree with like an IEP plan or wanting to put a handicapped child into the, as it's called here, current environment? So that's what I'm confused on. Does it mean that they're going to be, if a parent doesn't want their child to be in a regular classroom, does the school then have authority to force that issue? Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Because that's not always the best placement method, I guess, if you will.
They want to repeal the right of teachers to appeal, right? This would be going away. Repeal this statement.
Yeah.
And the statement is,
Well, that's why I'm asking, like, I'm trying to understand what they're trying to, are they disagreeing with the parents, or are they disagreeing with the teachers?
I think they're supporting the parent, but I'm not exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're basically saying that in the past, the school district or the special ed department would appeal if a parent disagreed with the plan that was put forward.
Okay.
So now they're saying that across the board, you are calling for more parental involvement in the education of the child and seeking their input. So if they disagree with that, you are taking away the ability of the school district or the administration to appeal that to an arbiter to come up with a solution that might work out for both parties.
Okay. So they're for the parents then, okay.
Yeah, so let me just add here for all of our new board members that are seated, what these resolutions are is suggestions that will be taken to the legislatures. This isn't anything that will change because of what we do in January. These are items that will be taken to the legislators, and this gives them an idea to know where WASBE is standing across the state. Does that make sense?
But they probably take a vote at.
Yeah, they will vote on these
Depending
things.
on which are actually passed with the majority. then
Exactly,
they are
yeah.
sent forward.
These resolutions are voted on, each one at the assembly in January at the convention. And then from that convention, WASBE will present those to the state legislatures for, to be voted on the state level in the legislatures. Does that make sense?
So these are probably some member boards or some, somebody who has brought the resolutions to the
Yes.
assembly for consideration. This
Yes.
doesn't mean that it's going to happen.
Next year, Angie, I have faith you're gonna read this whole binder and suggest some changes to it.
If you read the rationale, it says that they're repealing it because it's outdated language that doesn't reflect current special education law. So they just want to make sure that all the policies are in line,
Exactly.
which is something that we talk about a lot, so I mean, I guess I'd be for it.
I was just trying to wrap my head around like what they were trying to say.
Yes.
No, I was kinda confused too.
Thank you.
2305, discipline of students with disabilities. 2306, parent contracts for private school transportation. 2307, career and technical education. 2308, services for students with disabilities at voucher schools. 2309, addressing barriers to learning for students with disabilities.
I have a question on that one. So are they, when reading the rationale, right, it says quality professional development, targeted curricular support to help this population of students. So are we going to be proposing that teachers, like, if there's 10 different ways to learn things in their classroom, they have to teach that lesson 10 different ways?
So my understanding of this is that students with the IEPs, the individual education plans, so it would probably be targeted curricular support for more special ed teachers. Sometimes, unfortunately, they're overlooked when it comes to getting new curriculum or the leveled curriculum that they're looking for. And that was my understanding when I read that, so I could be wrong, but it was more focused on making sure our special ed teaching population, who's expected to teach to all of the different,
Okay.
academic areas, make sure they're getting what they need to give those kids what they need. But I could be wrong, that was just my understanding.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Okay.
Since Kristen is writing down Resolution 2310, Fort requirement for educators.
2311, unemployment compensation. 2312, societal issues. 2313, weapon possession.
I just have a question on the 1312 societal issues. Is this going to be going to like county boards as well so that they have a heads up? Since it,
No, this is just for school boards.
okay, because it specifically calls out, where did I read that?
Being manifested in our communities.
Yeah, all levels of government, private organizations, businesses, families, and providing prevention, early intervention, or other programs to solve or to address problems. So, yes, I was just wondering if it was going to go,
So what
Only if it goes through
Through the legislation.
Yeah.
okay,
If it goes to the legislature past the assembly.
okay. I just didn't know if it went at the local level.
No.
Okay.
Anything on weapon possession?
I believe it should include bow and arrow.
Okay, so Angie, what we can do as a board, we can insert that on line 8 or 9. And that would be Kristen's responsibility as our delegate.
Okay.
If it's somebody else does it, then she won't have to do it, obviously. But where would bow and arrow fit? I mean, it does say in other weapons,
Right.
but they do name firearms, knives, spring guns, air guns, bows and arrows, comma.
Yep.
So then on line 8, Kristen, after the comma, after guns, we would have bows and arrows, comma, to be inserted. And I can help you on getting the floor down there, because it's a lot different. Any other questions?
So I guess I didn't know that. So if you have a concealed carry, the school board is allowed to, if a teacher had a concealed carry, we could allow them to take their gun in the school on line 19?
I did catch that too this afternoon as I was reading that, JD, and I wanted to look at our policies and see what our policies.
Yeah, I just thought it was state law that you couldn't, but I just never looked into it. I just assumed, so, interesting.
Well-
It's interesting because I believe the concealed carry class indicates even with concealed carry permit, you can't possess it at schools,
Or hospitals, you have to put a sign up there, it's up to you.
courthouses.
Because people could come and say that, I have this permit, so I should be allowed to carry this weapon on your property. But any business, any organization can make the decision, and you have to post it clearly for everyone. That's what you do at the hospital.
Which we do have it posted.
In the actual class, there's certain restricted businesses.
Okay?
Danny, to
Yes,
this
sir.
point, so there's two, in paragraph A, we talked about all the different types of firearms. But if you look at paragraph B on line 13, all they do is say free of guns and other weapons. So it's almost like you'd have to repeat all those that you have on line 8.
Yeah, I think if you call things out
In one,
specifically,
you have to do it in both.
it gives it more weight. Otherwise, other weapons, I mean, a pen could be a weapon,
Exactly.
you know, so I think if it's called out specifically, it gives it more.
So to be consistent with letter A, Kristen, we're proposing that letter B would have the same verbiage, language.
Probably something to bring up at the
Yeah.
assembly.
Yep.
Either leave it at all weapons or add everything back into.
Make them both the same, yes.
I did hear a comment, I can repeat it, but I'm just wondering if, Tom, do you want to come down and share it?
I didn't look at it.
I think it's
She
im-
goes, well, in physical education, we have archery, so bow and arrow, didn't know whether I mean, they do that at the ropes course.
I think that would be under the supervision of
So
the,
it'd be under supervision of,
of the class teacher,
yeah,
instructor.
And we,
That's a good
So
question.
That's
yeah.
a valuable point.
yeah. And it also did clarify the trap shooting teams as well. So if schools have trap shooting, I don't know if we do or not, but some schools do, I know that, so.
Right.
We do? Okay. It
JD,
wasn't
you had a-
Sure if it was school-sponsored.
Curious, Jake, what's Alice's position on conceal and carry for teachers? Right, it's Alice's program?
Well, I think that's moot because we already have the signage that nobody's allowed to carry here regardless.
Right, I mean, but the board could change the policy theoretically.
We could.
Yes, yep.
Tom, does the trap club have, allow kids to bring guns to school? Do they do that on school property?
No.
No. And so bow and arrows is a little different. If you're gonna put it in here, it's gonna be on school property, and this clearly says you can't have the possession of these weapons. There's no exception for it.
That might have been the reason why they excluded it in the
Could
first
be.
place.
So they bring their own?
No.
No.
It's
Okay.
provided by the school district, it's archery, they shoot
Okay.
out in the, by the ropes course.
But when they're
But
shooting.
they would
it's
still be in
possession.
possession of that.
Right, but I guess what I was thinking was, you know, if they're bow hunting after school and
Yeah.
it's in their vehicle, then, you know, there's, you know, how is that any different than have, you know,
I
going
can,
hunting after school?
I can almost guarantee this is going to be an item for discussion for
So-
that very reason.
Yeah.
Jake?
I was, I still wanted Jake to answer.
Yeah.
So the stance that Alice takes on concealed carry is they don't take a stance on it, they don't recommend it, they focus more on what we can do with the building and current items and responses and choices we can make. They're not going to advise us that we should carry.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'd like
Yes,
to
sir.
vote on that because in my opinion, if this says, if you add bow and arrow to it, you're specifically calling out those weapons.
Okay.
But in archery class, they're not a weapon, but they're still a bow and arrow.
True.
So I'm opposed to adding bow and arrow.
Correct. I would probably say monitor the discussion at the assembly,
Yes.
and if needed, then you could chime in, but I would not get up there and propose that.
That's a
Or
fair
delegate.
thing for Kristen to do, monitor, because I'm sure that it's going to be an item for discussion. If we're having this discussion on the board level, local level, I'm sure there's a whole lot more out of 400.
Wisconsin, so every school has.
Every
kids
school
with-
has it, yes.
She can
Yeah.
monitor the discussion, but at what point do you want her to do something about it? I mean, if it's kind of going to, nobody's bringing up bow and arrow, do you want her to bring it up and ask for an amendment?
I would not. Personally, no.
Okay, let's get the feeling of all 9 members of the board.
Well, now, I got one more question. If it gets brought up and it comes to a vote, how do you want her to vote on it? Do you want her to vote?
I think that answer would come by this board, by saying no. If we say no, we don't want her to talk about it, then we would say no, we want her to vote no against this.
That's right.
So we will have,
Establish as a board which way we want.
yes, we will have two different votes here, so that way it's on record as to how we want our delegate to vote, and then also what we want our delegate to speak at the assembly. So the first thing is, if you are in favor of inserting bows and arrows in the A section and the B section of Resolution 2313, you will vote yes. If you are not in favor of inserting this in Resolution 2013, you will vote no. Does everybody understand that vote?
Can I just say
Yes,
something?
ma'am.
I did not realize that we had archery in the gym
Yeah.
classes, so I did not realize that, so thank you for,
But that is a good question that
Yeah.
all boards probably are going to be considering.
yeah.
Yep. Does everybody understand how you're voting? Yes, you want Kristen to insert this? No, you do not.
You can vote against your own idea if you change your mind.
I know.
Okay? Dustin, are we ready? Okay, the vote is now open. If you want to have this inserted, yes. If you do not, click no. Does anybody want to change their vote? I don't see anybody go into their control. The vote is now closed. Dustin? Pretty simple. Everybody is against this being put on.
Being inclusive.
Tom, I do want to ask you a question. Is April seeing this now?
Yes.
Good, thank you. So now the second question is, should another district put this on for a vote on the agenda, at the assembly? Do you want Kristen to vote? Help me frame this question, because do you want her to vote yes? You're going to vote yes. If you want her to vote no, you're going to vote no. If you want Kristen to vote yes at the assembly, vote yes. If you want Kristen to vote no at the assembly, should this be presented as a vote, then vote no.
For clarification, we are only talking about the bow and arrow, not about the
Yes.
resolution.
Yes, just the bow and arrow. Does everybody understand the question, Dr. Bartle?
Just for clarification, the yes vote means we're going to vote yes for the resolution as presented.
Negative. We are only voting if somebody puts in the bow and arrow. We want Kristen to vote yes,
To include bow and arrow.
to
as
include bow and arrow. If we do not want that put in there, then we want her to vote no. This is giving her specific direction on how to vote at the assembly.
So then let's clarify, what's the no vote that we just took?
The no vote is for us
We are
here.
not going to propose that amendment
Yes.
at the assembly. The
And
second one is if
the
somebody
second one
else
is-
proposes, is she going to support that amendment?
Because honestly, Kristen could go on her own and vote yes unless we give her the direction right now to vote no.
Okay, so the question is, if someone puts an amendment to do bow and arrow.
Do we
how
want Kristen to vote yes?
or no? Okay.
Then you vote yes. If we want Kristen to vote no, then you vote no.
Good job.
We got it? Andy, I
So
did see your
I want to
hand.
know if we really shouldn't be expanding this question beyond bow and arrow, because I'm not sure what other kind of a weapon somebody might bring up, but
As we know, a lot of things could be used as a,
a lot of things could be used as a weapon, baseball bat, but should it just be left as other weapons? Because if we're playing baseball with a baseball bat, it's not a weapon. If I'm hitting somebody over the head with it, it is.
well, right now, let's hold that for just 1 second because we are voting on whether she should vote on bows and arrows. If it's amended and added, does she vote yes or does she vote no? Because then what I'm hearing you say, we need to amend and take out firearms, knives, spring guns,
No,
air guns.
No. I'm saying those are all pretty clear weapons. There's a whole bunch of other things that aren't such clear weapons.
Okay?
And so I'm saying, why?
Which are ambiguous, they can be used for recreational purposes or as a weapon.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't think we should do anything to this. Either
That's why I
say
said
we're
wanted.
voting on it as it is or not.
It's tough to assume things until and unless you are there
Yep.
on the floor. So that's why I'd said in the beginning that I'd give her the leeway to monitor and vote depending on how it goes.
That's what I agree to.
So again, the vote now is yes, we want her to vote. If the bows and arrows are in here or no. We're giving her the exact information of what this board wants to do.
So if we agree with Dr. Deep, and if she wants to monitor the floor and see how that goes, we would choose what? Would we choose abstain then?
No, if you want her to monitor the floor, you would say no. Or you would say yes, you would want her to vote yes. It's really kind of tough because
Yeah. It's about as clear as mud.
it is clear as mud.
So did you just say monitor the floor is a no vote? Is that what I heard?
No, he said yes.
Monitor the floor would be a yes vote because you're going to monitor what they're doing.
But this is specifically about the bow and arrow.
This is, yes, this is not about the whole resolution.
May I offer that we vote on the bow and arrow component being offered by another district, and then maybe we have unanimous voice vote on monitoring the discussion?
Because what will take place down there, if another person stands up and wants to put that in there, then the vote would be just for the bows and arrows. Just like what we did. We voted to either yes or no to put bows and arrows in there, right? That's the exact same thing that will happen at the assembly next month. Somebody would say, I like to insert on line 8 after just what we did, after the comma, bows and arrows, comma, and then that's all the discussion will be on, is just the bows and arrows, and then it comes back to the resolution. Am I correct, Julie? And yeah, that's what they will vote on. So what we're saying is, do we want Kristen to vote yes if somebody does that, or no? Just so that she has clarity as to what all 9 of us want, the majority of this board.
And yes also would mean that she would monitor the floor.
Not
Yes.
necessarily.
No, not necessarily. No.
This is only in regards.
Monitoring the floor was just a topic that Dr. Deep said.
Okay.
That's not on the floor for voting.
Let's vote on this and then we can get back to that for clarity.
Okay.
Okay, does everybody understand the vote? The vote is now open. All right, anybody want to change their vote? All right, the vote is now closed. Kristen, you have your answer to vote no.
Shall we move on? Okay. 2314, oppose federal agency mandates imposed without use of rulemaking process. 2315, universal free school meals. 2316, learning loss. 2317, licensure.
12 is the next one.
Making sure it's good. 2318, revenue limits. 2319, classroom technology.
2320. Okay, so the last thing that I want to ask of the board is, when these resolutions are brought to the floor, we are expecting Kristen to vote yes for all of these as they have been presented tonight. Okay. Then we will move along to item B, Building and Grounds Committee report. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the Building and Grounds Committee minutes as presented.
Okay, the motion has been made. Jill, do you want to speak to that motion or defer to Angie, the?
I will defer that.
So we had Clint from Bray, Clint Sell from Bray Architects present the building capacity report that focused on the 3 elementary schools. In their report, he shared the best practice goals, including dedicated spaces, flexibility of spaces, meeting space and use of buildings. The discussion was centered around best practices and what, in my opinion, would be like a perfect world, how much space you would need for things, and that's just not what we have. And that's not what we have to work with. So we noted that it would be an ongoing discussion because there are tons of factors that need to be included in this and considered. And I feel like the capacity report just wasn't going in the direction that we were looking for, I guess. We started talking about the possibility of additions, and we had a discussion around, if we wanted to build a school later for just the elementaries, or what that would look like. And I mean, the conversation kind of went in a whole array of different directions. So, but in the long run, we didn't really come to a resolution, I guess, if you will. So I think we need to continue that discussion, and I would like to see a focus group specifically tasked with that, including community members and board members and large employers of the area, things of that nature, to kind of figure out kind of what we really need to do, and so that we kind of left it as an ongoing discussion. The middle school window proposal, we questioned the energy efficiency of the proposed window project. Clint from Bray and Associates explained that the option 2 window replacements would be more energy efficient. However, he didn't have the exact numbers. I'm not sure. I would think that WPS could give us what the current energy saving or energy rating is on the current windows. They should be able to do that. And then put it into a program and say, okay, so if you have an R, window value, I think that's U value. So a U value of 12 versus if we put in a U value of, 20, what's energy saving is going to be. And Focus on Energy should be able to do that through WPS. So, because a window is a window, it's still cold. It's still, you can have the best window and it's still going to be not very energy efficient. And then we talked about the PSE grant webinar and reported that due to the application deadline of the end of January, that Jake didn't feel like he had enough time to apply, and we would be looking at the next grant cycle to allow for a reasonable grant writing process and things of that nature. So we would not be able to use the grant for the window project if we decided to move forward with that. And we also reviewed the crisis action plan, and that's on here for action. And all that was is it's a working document, so it changes, it ebbs and flows as things go. So we just need to approve it for grant compliance. So, and then our next Building and Grounds Committee is Monday, January 9th. Any questions?
JD, go ahead.
So did you guys get a general feel, like, I haven't been in the elementary schools too recently, are they so cramped that like we really need a room on each one, or like, roughly how much money that is? Or is it, I wanted to go back and watch it, but that one didn't record or something, or the sound didn't work?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but so the Friday before the meeting, I actually went around to 3 different schools with Jake and toured all of them. I toured the high school, the middle school, and West Elementary. Still would like to see North and East. And I was very shocked at what I saw. And of course, I had a million questions, and and it just blows my mind. There was just like a lot of, oh, wow moments. So, yeah, Kristen?
Just in order to get a more specific answer to your question, JD, we would have to tell them exactly what we want. Because some schools have an art room, some don't have music, some have, so we would have to tell him exactly what we would want, and then he would be able to give us a more specific answer. And I think also it was important to note that when these schools were built, special ed was not a thing, so there's no set designated area for that either. So to get a more definitive answer, we would have to tell them exactly what we want. But I would say overall, I got the impression that they're beyond cramped to do what we need them to do.
I will share feedback on that as well. I'm in our schools frequently, and I can say that our district does an incredible and exceptional job of being very creative with the limited space they have to make it work. Perhaps not always efficiently, just due to limitations, but we're very creative with what we have.
So like, at a bare minimum, you'd like what? Like a library, another room for, I'm just making this up, another room for special ed, a bigger, some room where the guidance can do something. Is that kind of, or what was like the bare minimum cheapest? Or is it not even?
I don't know.
It was different upon what school. So basically,
Let's pretend only the elementaries.
no, that's the
Oh,
only,
sorry.
we only looked at the 3 elementary. They did not look at anything else. He said that if we were to get one grade out, it would make it a little bit more feasible, but we would have to,
Put them somewhere.
we have to put them somewhere, but we'd have to get him a set. It depended upon which one we were looking at and what they needed. So if we said one room for the arts and one room for, then he could go further to give us a max students per school. Is that?
I'm just trying to get a rough idea of how much money is it smarter to add on to those, or is it, because you could get a cheap referendum or a big referendum, or no referendum because we can never get them,
The only one, he said the only one we would be able to expand on to the needs that would need to be, would be west. There's no option.
Oh,
at the
so
other.
you could only add on to that building.
Yes. The other ones that don't have enough space.
And at West, you said, including the area, I think it was 8-point-something acres, but that's including Schofield Stadium. I just don't see us expanding into close Schofield Stadium. So
No.
it wasn't a good number for him to use,
Right.
that acreage number.
Just take
But we
out
have the
football
parking lot, we still have more of the grass area to the north of the school building as well. Not Schofield Stadium, but
Yeah.
there's a little bit more room there, but
I think the other thing is, we had a discussion about how were those buildings built? How long were they intended to last? And, they were built for the baby boom, so they were kind of intended to get us through that. As opposed to the middle school, which was built differently to last longer. And so it's really a matter of, do you want to add on a room or two? Do you want to do, build a new building? Do you want to close these buildings and put everybody in the middle school and the high school? So there's lots of discussion, as Angie said here, that could happen. And so I would say we really didn't get anywhere. We asked a lot of questions, but then
Okay. So
generate
there's
any
not,
answers.
there's not an easy, there's not anything remotely easy.
No.
No, we can't do it without a referendum, probably. If we asked for all the grants in the world, we're not gonna fund this somehow.
Well,
Probably.
I think it's really, you have to have some kind of either the board or a committee, like Angie said, has to have a further discussion on this. And then, you know, if you're saying, oh, maybe we should build a new school, well, that would be a survey and followed by a referendum if the survey was positive. But it's really a bigger question, a really big question.
But addressing the middle school, that was built for, I think, what was it, 100-year life, you know, lifespan, I guess, of the building. And how many years are we into that?
So the discussion was about the construction style of the elementary buildings versus the middle school. The elementaries were thrown up very quickly, as they were all around the state for sure, and probably the nation, to handle the baby boom. They were built to a construction grade to get those kids through. They weren't built to be a permanent building for 100 years or better. When they built the middle school building, the construction of that is much different. It's built to a commercial standard that is going to withstand the test of time. It's not a short-term building. It's just a completely different construction when you look at the bones of the building. So to take those elementary buildings, you know, how long do you expect them to last? You know, they're built to last, you know, that 30 years. You look at most of the districts that had buildings like that, they're almost all gone. And, you know, if we're gonna say that they're still good enough, you know, how long are they gonna be good enough? I mean, do you expect them to last another 5 years, another 10 years, 20 years? You know, how long can you really expect those buildings to last? And, you know, I could talk for hours about that, but I don't think that's what you want tonight.
Yeah, Jake, and so when that number of 100 years for the middle school gets thrown out,
That doesn't necessarily mean it has a 100-year lifespan. It's just kind of a coin phrases, a style of construction that's going to withstand the test of time.
Because 100 years is sort of coming up? Is
Yeah.
that?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my thing is that if we're not going to be you know, if we decide to take the route, right, that we're not going to utilize the middle school for whatever reason, in 5-10 years, does it pay to spend $2 million on windows?
We just spent, what did we spend? 2.1 on the elementary schools.
Right.
No?
Well, right, but like, I feel like we're gonna be throwing good money after bad, kind of. You have to get some kind of direction and plan going to encompass all of this. And if it's in stages, it's in stages, but I don't wanna just, you know, kind of freely toss money at this and that and, you
Yeah,
know,
because
because it could be spent elsewhere.
oh, sorry.
Dr. Bardo?
I was going to wait until we got to the item B, where we were going to talk about the middle school window option. And I was going to talk in the negative because we have to develop a plan. And where I think we should go is we should have a community task force run by the board. We need to tell the people that these elementary buildings are 60 years old, and as Jake just said, they were meant for probably 30. I don't want to spend $2.2 million on windows for the middle school unless we're going to use it. And right now, that's probably our best building to use. And if the task force finds that we need to use that building during a transition, then we spend the money on the windows. But we don't have a plan. Like Jake said, 5 years from now, where are we at? My guess is we're right where we are. Unless we have the people tell us, no, we need to make changes. And we need to use Jake's 10-year plan that has a whole lot of more money than 2.2 million on it. And when they had the task force back in 2016, the one mistake they made is that they never told the people what they would really have to spend to keep what we have. They just said, we need to close them. Well, they're still here, all of them. So my recommendation is that we create a task force I don't know, maybe it takes 6 months. But we need to know where we're gonna be in 5 years, and if we're using all the same buildings, fine. But maybe we aren't. Maybe we're having to use the middle school and only one elementary 10 years out. And at some point, we have to explain as a board and be honest with our numbers to the people. Maybe we really do need to build a new school up by the high school for the elementary kids and have them all in one building.
And when you say elementary, are you just meaning we for sure got to get the 3rd and 4th graders in the same building, or like two?
Well, you know I'm for that.
Right, so K4.
But you're taking part of my 10 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, sir. But good question. I'm basically done. I just think we need to have a plan that we can sell to this public and say, these are the real numbers, this is the needs that we have, and the buildings we have aren't able to do what we need them to do, especially the 3 elementaries. And we will probably have to use the middle school as a staging point in the short run and look to the future, and maybe the future's 15 years from now, and I may or may not be on the earth by then. But we need to have a pathway so that the public knows this is our plan, this is where we're going, we need your support. And right now, our mill rate's the lowest it's ever been. We should be able to communicate the facts to our people and let them know what we need to do. And this board needs to make sure this happens.
So yesterday, Dave and I had a meeting with Dr. Sprague, and this was one of the things that we talked about. And we did discuss the task force, or focus group, as Angie called it, of looking at just the facility issue and taking a hard look at it. If it takes 6 months to go through this process, we felt like yesterday, I think that's how all 3 of us felt, is that's very important, is for us to have that task force that's led by the board, all 9 members of the board, to where we can focus and get some of the support from community leaders, business leaders, moms and dads, grandmas and grandpas, and then those that don't have children at all in the school, open it up to anybody and listen to what their ideas and plans are and go forward with what the community wants. Because if we go forward with what the community wants, the community will get behind and support it. If we thumb our nose to the community and say, well, that might be what you want, but this is the direction we're going to go, the community is not going to support it, referendum or not. So that's where this discussion has led off of that we had yesterday with Dr. Sprague from the Building and Grounds Committee. So we are going that direction. We just don't have the committees or the focus group task force structured yet. Angie, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it's going to be important that we share with the public and parents the real ins and outs of all these buildings, because like some of the boilers, for example, are like dinosaurs, and the cost to upgrade them is going to be astronomical. And you know, there are so many things that when I took the tour of the 3 schools that I was just going, what in the where did this come from? Like, you know, almost kind of like, whose idea was this? You know, but I mean, there's some stuff that is, you know, not right, and our teachers should have a better place to work. They should have better spaces to work, and they'll be able to teach more effectively, and our kids will be able to learn more effectively.
And the last thing that we left with yesterday in the meeting with Dr. Sprague was that in January, this was going to be an item on the agenda for us to discuss of this task force committee on going forward. So we are going to have a deep dive, even more so in January, on this. It's funny I looked at Dr. Deep when I said that. On this item, and so as it's getting out to the community, even now, if there are those that want to be on this task force focus group, send me an email. Send any of the board members an email. Let us know what you would like to do, if you want to be a part of, and we will create a group of whatever size that group is. And then Mary Kay will get the room reserved where we can meet at, and we'll go forward. Because we need to do this to help our district, to help our students, and most of all, to help our community as well. And our staff, yeah, district, staff, students, community, and going forward.
Andy, did you have thoughts on how you, I feel like we've done.
Well, you want to direct your questions here, not to other board members. That's Robert's rules. Thank you.
I thought it was, he can address you and say, Mr. President, I'd ask.
He did, but he didn't ask me that. So I'm just trying to keep us straight.
So how do I talk to Andy then?
Make your question.
We've done so many of these focus groups over the years, and we always, did you just have any ideas on, like, do we present, whoever comes with plans to these groups, those are the ideas that usually.
Okay, we'll
got
reserve
done.
that question for January when we dive deep.
Oh,
into
but
the
I just
focus
didn't
group.
know, just initially when you're setting it up, I just wanted to hear some rough thoughts on how you make it effective.
That's when we're setting it up
versus,
in January. So we'll have that discussion in January. Any other discussion about the minutes of the Building and Grounds Committee?
I have a clarifying question. May have been stated already, Angie. I apologize if so. Did the committee, were they unanimous on the recommendation for item B under board action tonight?
Were they unanimous?
Yeah, was the committee?
I'm
I'm
no.
posing that question because there's a lot of discussion. So I'm just curious if you could refresh me on the committee's feedback on the recommendation brought to us tonight.
So the recommendation for under board action, item B is what you're asking?
Yeah.
If we were to look at the possibility of the Windows projects at the middle school, we were looking at option 2 to be recommended. But again, that's, are we putting the cart before the horse? And so we had that discussion, and I would not say it was unanimous to go forward with it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Building and Grounds Committee? Okay, if you are in favor of accepting the Building and Grounds Committee report, the vote is open for yes or no. Yes or no to accept the Building and Grounds Committee report. Anybody would like to change their vote? Okay, the vote is closed. We have 8 in favor and 1 against, and I'm sorry I can't see the names.
That'd be mine.
Okay. 8 board members in favor and 1 not in favor, Andy Mary. Moving on to item C, Pupil Services and Special Education Committee report. Looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the Pupil Services and Special Education Community minutes as presented.
Okay, motion has been made. Angie, you made the motion. Do you have any statements you would like to make or defer to the committee chairman?
I'll defer.
Okay, so we discussed behavior reports from elementary, middle school, and the high school. First quarter reports, basically preliminary, how many referrals, how many suspensions in school and out, and then we're gonna look at these numbers every quarter to see how the schools are doing. Elementary, I'm sorry I didn't write down East percentage, but I know it was good, of kids who had 1 or less behavioral referrals. North was 66%, West was 98%. They all mentioned how important the role of the IAs were, and they're getting included in PD days, so it's more direct and intentional and very beneficial. Lynn Walters is the behavioral specialist, so she is playing a huge role as well with class observation, one-on-one interactions, and giving teachers ideas how to handle certain situations. Middle school, There were 393 students with no referrals, 254 positive referrals. Also made note about the behavioral strategist, behavioral strategist as well, and how beneficial that is there. That's more direct with the students versus observing of the teachers. Right now, he's shared between the middle school and high school, and both voiced how great it would be to have more time with him. High school, majority of the referrals are absent or attendance related. They have some good incentive programs in place to help improve that. 65% of the students have not had any negative referral. That was the behavior. We're going to look at again every quarter. And then we talked about student handbooks and decided that all schools' student handbooks will be brought to our committee for review prior to being published, printed. Any questions?
Did administration define referral? I'm asking in the capacity of as a referral, is a student referred for something if there's a write-up, or is a referral just indicating one instant reported in their reporting system?
They took the data from Infinite Campus, and it was any negative behavior listed in Infinite Campus.
So it's not necessarily a referral to juvenile justice?
Oh, no.
Because,
No.
well, correct, that's why I'm asking, if we talk negative behaviors with the word referral attached, I think if you're unfamiliar with the reporting, I think the public probably appreciates the clarifying question. No, thank you.
Hearing no questions for the Pupil Services Committee, if you are in favor of accepting the minutes as read, your vote is yes. If you are opposed, your vote is no. The vote is now open. Would anybody like to change their vote? Okay, the vote is closed. Dustin, the results? All in favor of accepting the minutes of the committee. The district administrator evaluation timeline, letter D. In our discussion yesterday with Dr. Sprague, we are going to keep the same evaluation process for Dr. Sprague, the same one that we had, that she has been taking for the last 4 years. The last 4 years, no changes we made to that evaluation. The evaluation will be open from now until January the 8th at midnight. So Dustin will send us the evaluation in an email, and he will have those, the closing on January the 8th, Sunday at midnight. And then Wednesday, January the 11th, we will have a closed session meeting to discuss Dr. Sprague's evaluation on Wednesday. That Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday gives Dustin the time to compile all of the numbers from the evaluation. So that's what Dave and Dr. Sprague and I talked about yesterday with the evaluation of Dr. Sprague.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are we using the same
Yes.
evaluation
the
that we
same-
did 6 months ago, or when
Yes.
that was July, I believe?
Yep, the same evaluation, because it's not fair to change the evaluation midstream. We are going to keep the same evaluation, use the same tool, and the same questions. Yes.
So the last time we had a conversation about this, we talked about whether comments are neutral, positive, negative, regardless, that we are encouraging people to write their rationale behind them. Is that an expectation that you have for us? Is that it shouldn't just be a rating, but it should be a rationale?
Yes, as it's always been an expectation, but obviously
Well, I mean,
we
that was a
can't-
big part of our discussion that
It
didn't
was.
happen.
It was, and since I've been on the board, it's been like that. Some will not put a rationale, some do. And the meeting on the 11th will be 7 o'clock.
And I just have
Yes,
two
Andy.
things. Dustin's still gonna present that in a format so that when we see a rating of 3 and there's a comment with it, we'll know that that goes with that.
Yes, it'll be the same format that we have seen
And then I'm just wondering why you want to choose Wednesday night, which is typically a church night in our district.
Because Wednesday night, we are also going to have another closed session because we have two administrators that are, their contract is, we either need to renew or non-renew, and that's got to be done prior to January the 15th. And we have a meeting on January the 3rd, committees, and we have committees on January the 9th. So yesterday, we were discussing that that would be an alternative night.
And what's wrong with January the 10th?
There's nothing, I don't think, wrong with the 10th. We just,
Yeah, this has been brought
Yeah.
up before, you know, that we really shouldn't have meetings on church night.
sure.
And so I would request that we change that.
Dustin, will that give you enough time if that was changed to the 10th rather than the 11th? It would? It's on you. Are there any board members opposed to that change to Tuesday, the 10th of January?
I have my schedule with me to say one way or another.
Okay.
So I can-
Okay, then Tuesday, the 10th will be that night of 7 o'clock meeting. Item 5, board action. Letter A, consideration to approve first reading of revised policy 5464, early graduation. And I will be looking for a motion, please.
I move the board approve the first reading of policy 5464, early graduation as presented.
Motion has been made. Dr. Deep, would you like to speak to that motion? Yes, sir.
I think it speaks for itself.
All right, is there anybody that would like to speak to this motion? Seeing nobody speak to this motion, if you are in favor of the first reading of the, pardon me, I hit a, but if you are in favor of the board approving the first reading of policy 5464, early graduation as presented, you will vote yes. If you are against, you will vote no. The voting is now opened. All right. Does anybody like to change their vote? Seeing nobody go for their voting devices, the voting is now closed. Dustin, you can reveal. All in favor of the first reading. Item B, consideration to approve middle school window option. I will be looking for a motion, please.
I move the board approve Antigo Middle School window replacement option number 2 as presented to be used if and only if at a future meeting the board votes to approve replacing the windows at Antigo Middle School.
Motion has been made. Kristen, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
I would. We have already missed one of the deadlines because we are not moving forward with this. We all know that supplies are hard to come by, building is hard to come by. This does not approve us doing the window replacement, it just approves what option we're going to choose so we can move forward.
Okay. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion on the floor?
Like you noted, we're not actually approving any funds. Just off the top of my head, the cheapest option is to build a K-4 building and keep using the middle school and pull the 7th graders or the 8th graders back into the middle school. So I guess I would approve this because I would assume we're going to keep using the middle school.
Okay. I'm going to ask Jake if he'll come, as he already is, to the mic and speak.
That point is likely, JD, but, if the board is uncertain of that right now, what I'm really trying to do is just keep that ball moving. Our timelines get very tight, as Kristen alluded to, and the intent of this specific project is it falls within the criteria to use ESSER dollars for. And those projects need to be completed and the money needs to be expended by August of '24. Not all the projects that we want to do will allow us to use ESSER dollars to complete. That's one of the reasons why this project was chose. So I'm not asking you to approve the project tonight, I just want you to know that that's, when we talk about long-range plan, I certainly understand what Dr. Bartle shared, and I've wanted that for a long time, so I'm not trying to overshadow that, but those ESSER dollars do need to be spent, and we have an opportunity to take a big item off of our deferred maintenance. And I don't wanna miss that, so.
Thank you for sharing
May
that,
I-
So-
Jacob.
May I ask Jake?
Jill, go ahead, yes.
So what I'm hearing is if they're moving forward on a action team to review our buildings and establish a plan, the middle school is likely to be a building that will be utilized regardless of a decision, you know, what the buildings show. We're probably going to be using the middle school for the considerable future in some capacity.
The short answer, yes.
Okay.
Much longer than the windows will last in their current state.
Thank you.
Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, this motion is just a little confusing to me because if, say we vote yes tonight, that means we would choose option 2, but we're not saying you should do anything with it.
Correct. This was
Is that the way you understand the motion?
Yes.
So if we choose option 2, and then we have our committee or study group or whatever, and it takes 6 months, and then we bring this back and we're out there about 8 months, is that still allowing us time to use ESSER funds to do this project?
6 months would leave us on a very, very short window. I would like to see that sooner, but I understand that this may take another conversation or two. What this motion would allow me to do is work on the exact spec with Bray and try to dial that in closer so that we can have, we can be closer to bid docs in the event that you would approve the project to move forward. At this point, with the 3 options on the table, it's hard to start really dialing in what that bid spec would look like and that scope of work. So I'm trying to keep it moving as much as I can without putting the board in a compromising position.
So Brea is willing to do that spec work without there actually being a motion to go ahead?
Some. They're not going to put a full bid spec packet out and send it out until we have a motion, but at least I can look at the scope. One of the things that we talked about was outside doors, things like that. Look at the ceiling, how we're going to handle the ceiling if we have spandrel on the inside versus infill. That ceiling project on the inside is gonna look a little differently, and that'll just give me a little bit of jump ahead in that aspect to try and move this project along and not get tight on time frame. And I was just trying to do anything we could to keep it moving versus just sitting and waiting.
Okay, thank you.
If we approved it tonight, spend the money instead of this motion.
That's not what's on the table.
Right, but this motion could be defeated.
Could
Have
be.
a different motion made. Would you do something differently? When would you start doing the project? Or would it still be a long time away?
I mean, as soon as the board approves the money, I would let Bray know to get the ball rolling and get a bid back out.
I mean, is it something you can accomplish in one summer, like all those other projects? Or is this huge project that, or you have no idea because you don't know about contractor availability?
If we were to try and target this coming summer, I would say no. If we're targeting summer of '24, I would say yes, that we could get a contractor to be available to do it all at once. But with the short notice for this summer, we wouldn't be able to complete the whole project at once. It would be a possible portion this summer, remainder the following summer, or all next summer.
I'm afraid we can make the greatest plan in the world, but our odds of passing a referendum are 5%. In which case, I'd rather just go forward with this.
Anybody else have a comment to the motion? Dr. Deep?
So, from what I understood so far, the entire cost is going to be covered by the ESSER funds. And if,
No.
No?
Not completely.
Okay.
The total price would be a combination of ESSER funds, and we would have the option to use Fund 46.
Correct.
Or we could look at fund balance or another option, but,
Or grant, right?
or grant, right?
Yeah.
Right now, we're projected to have roughly, I don't wanna speak for Tim. could.
Well,
Oh,
Katie can.
we can speak for Katie.
I just want to know what's the price tag that we're.
She was ready to get
So-
up here too, by the way.
Yeah. So currently in Fund 46, we have 1.2 million, and so that is available. For ESSER funds, we have about 800,000, so that gives us 2 million to work with. Anything above and beyond that, we're touching others, like fund balance and that. So that's always the place to kind of take into consideration. So we're at about a 2 million spend right now available that could go towards it.
So Katie, for those that are watching that may not understand what Fund 46 is solely used for, can you just very quickly say what Fund 46 is solely used for?
So Fund 46 can go towards capital projects that are approved on our 10-year capital project plan, and that all goes through the board. And if those are on that plan, that 10-year plan, we can then bring the capital projects to the board. It's a trust fund that is got a balance of 1.2 million.
In which the window project is on the 10-year plan that we have received.
Do they,
Any other question, Dr. Deep?
So basically we are looking at 2 million, but the estimate was 2.2 or 2.3?
2.1 to 2.3.
Yeah, and that's
Rough.
that's a rough estimate number. As we dial in that spec a little bit more, one of the things that I had Bray include in that was all exterior doors. They were here doing the work anyways. I know that there's some exterior doors that were replaced recently that we can take out of that spec, but every opportunity I get to get more numbers from contractors, I take advantage of that because they're hard to come by sometimes. So I wanted to add that in off the front end, but I want to dial that spec back so that when we put that bid pack out, we get a more favorable number.
Dr. Deep, that price range was quoted at 2.1 to 2.3.
And of that, right now, 200,000 roughly is for exterior doors, which I know we could reduce.
So basically, from what Katie mentioned, the ESSER funds and Fund 46 should cover that.
Very close is the hopes.
Okay.
if we approved it, would they buy the materials?
Are you done,
now?
Dr. Deep?
Oh, sorry,
Okay,
Dr. Deep.
JD?
Would they buy it just to avoid more and more price increases? Or would they, if it's still a 2-year out project to accomplish,
A
but
contractor would purchase product as soon as we approve their bid. And the sooner we can do that before they need to construct it, the more favorable pricing we'll be able to secure.
Okay. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Jake, would you just comment, or maybe Katie wants to comment on that grant idea, how much money we might possibly get from that, and what's the chances that we'd get any at all, or that we'd get it?
So with that grant, we would have, I feel we need to be way further into knowing that we were gonna do it. We would need to know the U values, we would need to know the savings, how long we would recoup those savings over time. And so, if another round comes up, it's a potential for energy savings of a $1 million grant. But we need to be a lot further in the process to be able to write a competitive, effective grant for that purpose.
And that's once a year that it's open, correct?
do we have other ESSER, is this all the rest of our first chunk of ESSER money, or will we still have money to buy curriculum or?
So this money has been set aside, curriculum is set aside as well, so that's all, it's all budgeted. So the 800,000 we have set aside for capital projects, so, for Jake.
800,000 from ESSER funds.
From ESSER,
Okay.
correct. Yep.
So wouldn't be using the total ESSER
No,
pot, if you will?
no.
Okay.
The curriculum is still set aside, positions that are in there are set aside, everything that is
That's
prior
already been
approved.
board approved.
Everything that's been prior approved.
I'm going to ask Trina or Dr. Bardo, as they've not had an opportunity to speak on this subject yet, if either two of them would like to speak, and Jill.
Already did.
Okay?
So if we put money in Fund 46, do we need to wait the 5 years, or because we have money in there, we're good?
That time has already been elapsed, so as soon as we put it in right now, if we put some in tomorrow, we can take it out the next day.
Okay, so then understanding the whole conversation we're having about, we need to talk to the community, we do these surveying things, realistically, that's like a 6-month at least process, that's a long process. Also understanding Jake's like, hey, we gotta get moving, this money is, we're losing it if we don't spend it by August of 2024, which is a short timeline, right? And maybe this is shady, but is there any way to move things around, to put more into Fund 46 so we don't lose that money? But if we can't make that decision about the windows right now, move some more of that into
Hold 1 second.
Fund 46. And maybe there's not, maybe that's just not a way to do it. I don't know.
I do know.
Okay, Dr. Bardo?
The only way you can put money into Fund 46 is when you get to the end of the school year and you actually have an additional month after the June 30th deadline, you can go to July to move money from Fund 10 that was not used during that school year into Fund 46. That's the way it works.
Right, I guess what I'm asking is, what can we spend money on so we have leftover money at the end of the year? And maybe that's not the appropriate way to do that. I'm well aware that maybe I shouldn't be saying this. But is there things that we could be buying at the end of the year, we have leftover money that could find its way over there? And maybe we can't.
Go ahead, Katie.
So I can definitely talk to Tim about that a little bit more. But just knowing that if we don't spend down Fund 10, that does hurt our aid in the next year. So that's the only plug I'm going to give for that.
And remember, we're really targeting trying to use the ESSER funds. So to try and find additional expenditures that we can use those ESSER dollars on in this year to alleviate some of the spending out of Fund 10, I think would be difficult, and I don't know what the guidelines are on that.
I just don't want to see us stuck in a place where all of a sudden we can't use that ESSER money, but we still don't know what we're doing about these buildings. That's what I'm afraid of. So that's, I guess, where I'm coming from. But I yield my time.
Thanks. Jill?
I am speaking in support of the motion and the time frame being requested, and knowing that this is to allow Jake to move forward. And I really just wanted to comment on this, and circling back to the earlier discussion, to share feedback of my appreciation that there's not just conversation, but there will be action starting in January on formal discussions regarding our buildings and the direction of our district. I would say off the top of my head, within the last 8 months, the word referendum has been used by this board multiple times. And our community, as we know, has not favored referendums. And so I'm very hopeful that by starting this conversation right now and then formally moving forward on discussion and action to establish a committee, establish some clear communication with our community, and seek discussion and create a direction on what we would like to see for our district, we meaning not just this board but our community, that we have a very open, transparent, engaging discussion and plan with our community that hopefully if we were to need to run a referendum, now I'm not speaking for or against, just simply stating that if we need to, we have the support and backing of our community because it is a team approach, because the community is understanding of the why, the barriers and the cost effectiveness, the benefits to our staff, our students, etc. So I'm just simply sharing that I'm in favor of this motion. I think it needs to move forward. It sounds clear that the middle school building is going to be utilized for some time to come, and the windows need to be replaced, and we need to spend ESSER. And I also think equally as important is starting to have the discussion to create a plan, ideally in 6 months, for what our community can anticipate moving forward for our district and our buildings.
Okay.
Jill, so do you have
Go
strong...
ahead, JD.
I'm sorry, Danny. Someday I'll learn.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're learning.
Do you have strong feelings that the community would appreciate it more if we left the focus group to have more options, say shut the middle school down completely and build a bigger building versus just approving it right now so we save more money on, we lock the window price in and get them so the price doesn't go up another 10% or whatever it is. We could approve it, but we'd be foreclosing a little bit of future options.
First, you asked my thoughts on if the community would be supportive. I think the community would be supportive in terms of buildings and opening, closing, changing, doing, understanding the why, not we are going to do this, we're going to close this school, but instead, here's why this may be our best option to close or renovate the school or build a new facility here. So that's my feedback on that, is explaining the why. In terms of right now, I mean, this is difficult because we haven't had the discussion to don't know the direction, but I have not heard a single comment or feedback from anybody on our board, Jake or Katie, indicating that the middle school would not be utilized. So it seems like the middle school is going to be a need for a building that will be fully operational and needed for student capacity and learning.
The middle school is approximately 160,000 square feet. To replace that under today's construction costs is north of 45 million. So that's why I say I would expect that building to be here at least longer than the current windows are going to last. Is that 5, 10, 15 years? I don't know, but the windows aren't going to last that long. So.
In all fairness to you, Jake, and we haven't had the discussion. Correct. You're simply stating the feasibility and the functionality of that building, which I respect, and it makes sense to me, so thank you.
Good, JD?
Can I amend the motion to just approve option B today?
To approve option two.
Sorry, option 2.
Okay, state your motion, what you want.
I want to vote to expend the allocated funds up to 2.3 million on these windows now, so Jake can start the bid process.
Okay, Mary Kay, do you have what JD has? Can you read that back to us, please?
Vote to
So it would be, I move the board.
vote to approve the allocated funds up to $2.3 million so the bid process can continue.
No, I think you need to put in the replacement option number 2 as presented, so. So you'd have to say that I move the board approve the option number 2 of the middle school, Antigo Middle School window replacement at a cost not to exceed $2.3 million. So you're taking the second half of that motion off.
So I'm going to, or Mary Kay, go ahead and read that motion the way that it has been amended now.
I move the board vote to approve option number 2 for the Antigo Middle School window replacement not to exceed $2.3 million.
That is the motion now on the floor. So we will direct all of our discussion to the motion on the floor, which is what Mary Kay just read to us. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Okay, sorry, Andy, yes.
I would just speak in favor of that motion. You know, it's already been said before, but the middle school is a building that's going to last for a long time. And I know that there might be scenarios where the district wouldn't be utilizing that building, but I do not see that building not being utilized in the future. And for our community, I just think keeping that building up is a very positive thing to do.
Okay. Is there another member who wants to discuss the motion that is now on the floor? Hearing no member who would like to discuss the motion, Mary Kay, I would ask you to read that motion one more time before we open the vote. The motion on the floor is this.
I make a motion to approve option number 2 for the Antigo Middle School window replacement not to exceed $2.3 million.
That is the motion that you're voting on. If you vote, you can vote yes or no, or abstain. The vote is now open. Does everybody understand the motion?
I just have a question on
Yes.
this. Is an amendment, and if it were to pass, we.
Then it becomes the main motion, yes.
Okay, thank you.
This is an amendment to the motion, and if it passes, then this becomes the main motion, and we'll have to vote again.
So this is the actual vote on replacing the windows now, to moving
Yes.
forward now.
That's the way the motion reads. Is that the way that you present this, JD,
To just do it, yeah.
okay? Everybody understands the motion? Okay, the vote is now open. I just want to make note, the reason that you don't see a name up there is because we are still working the bugs out for when an amendment is presented. So Dustin on the fly is making this amendment vote on there. The votes have all been received. Anybody would like to change their votes? Okay, the vote is now closed. I see 3 people against, 6 people in favor of. Can we have the names read, please?
Pardo. Alphabetical.
Number 1.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Dustin.
You looked like a rock star grabbing it like this.
Okay, yeah, it is alphabetical. 1, Bardo, 2, Borneman, 3, Deep, 4, Maddock Nelson, 5, Matt Miller, 6, Mary, 7, Pyatt, 8, Schreiber, 9, Schrader.
Okay, Mary Kay, do you have that? All right. And then the amendment to the motion carries, so now that motion is the main motion. So the main motion is the motion that we just voted on. Do we need that read again? Any member need that read again? Let me know by saying yes. Okay. The vote is now open for the main motion on the floor. Okay. Would anybody like to change their vote? All right, the vote is now closed. Dustin? And we do have the names listed there. If I'm reading this correctly, Dr. Bardo, no. And I can't see what's in green.
Pyatt, no, and Schreiber, no. The rest, it's the same vote.
Okay.
As before.
You got that, Mary Kay? All right, the motion carries. Moving on to item C, consideration to approve the 2022-2023 Crisis Action Plan. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the 2022-2023 Crisis Action Plan as presented.
Motion has been made. Dr. Deep, you would like to speak to that motion?
Now, as we heard from our committee chair, this is something that is needed for us to move along, so I'd support it.
Okay.
I'd just like to make a comment, page page 5, under letter A. Okay, this is not working. A, educational informational efforts. I did notice number 13 states a policy that requires school system employees to report criminal incidents to school district police. I would just note that our school district doesn't have its own law enforcement. Earlier we did note Antigo Police Department. So
I'm sorry, Jill.
feel as though incidents should state a policy that requires school system employees to report criminal incidents to the Antigo Police Department or local law enforcement even. has been developed as opposed to stating report criminal incidents to school district police.
We can change.
So noted, yeah. Yeah. Are there any other questions of the document that's been presented to you? Hearing no questions, you will be voting on the board approving the crisis action plan as presented with the notation of that item number 13 with the Antigo Police Department being inserted there. Can you?
Oh, we'll take care of it.
Just don't identify, just say law enforcement, that's the law.
Is there a reason that we would use any other law enforcement besides Antigo Police
Sheriff's
Department?
Department.
Okay.
Well,
Can I ask?
city is-
The city is Antigo Police Department, the Sheriff's Department.
Is the county?
Yeah, the county, but sometimes kids don't live in the city, and depending upon what happens, they would respond. Or if nobody is available from the police department.
The intent of the laws is, the law in that wording is that we cannot dictate that the staff call, say, an administrator before they call law enforcement. They can and should call law enforcement if they deem it necessary that there is. So that's why we would just keep it general, so that any law enforcement will do. That's the intent of the law, not to be so specific about who.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. We will be voting on the motion on the floor, which is approving the crisis action plan as presented with that correction. We will open the votes. Voting is open. Would anybody like to change their vote? Seeing nobody. Vote is now closed. Dustin? 9 approval. Item D, consideration to approve first semester and early graduates. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the first semester and early graduates as presented.
Motion's been made. Dr. Bardo, you want to speak to your motion?
No, there's a list.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak to this motion? All right, hearing nobody wanting to speak.
Actually, I have, so will the students on this list, will they be required to follow the revised early graduation policy?
They will not, because we have only had the first reading of that policy. It has not gone through the second reading. In order for policy to change, it must go through 2 readings.
Okay, I just wanted a clarification on that.
Any other questions? Motion on the floor is to approve the first semester and early graduates as presented. The voting is now open. Okay. All right, everybody has voted. Anybody want to change their vote? Seeing nobody, the vote is now closed. All in favor. Item E, consideration to approve the 2023-2024 Girls Swim Cooperative Team Sponsorship Application. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the 2023-2024 Girls Swim Cooperative Team Sponsorship Application as presented.
Motion has been made. Jill, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion on the floor? Seeing no, sorry, Dr. Bardo?
Just for clarification for the public, it would be the Wabeno School District would be joining our team, and their girls would be traveling here to practice.
Any other discussion? Hearing no discussion, the vote is now open. Would anybody like to change their vote? Okay, the vote is closed. All in favor. Item F, consideration to approve second reading of revised policy 3130, assignment and transfer. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the second reading of revised policy 3130, assignment and transfer as presented.
Motion has been made. Dr. Deep, would you like to speak to your motion?
We did talk about this at the last meeting, so I'd support it.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak to this motion that's presented to us? Anybody like to speak to this motion? Okay. Hearing nobody, no discussion, we will now open the vote to the board approving the second reading of the revised policy 3130, assignment and transfer as presented. Anybody like to change your vote? The vote is now closed. All in favor. Moving to item G, consideration to approve second reading of revised policy 3120, employment of professional staff. I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board amend the second reading of revised policy 3120, so it is consistent with policy 3130 by adding the language, shall ask for board members to observe the interview process, and if none are available, the process will continue.
Motion has been made. Dr. Deep, you can speak to your motion.
Well, we did discuss this last time, but after we had read it, we realized that the way we had formatted it, it did not make sense to what was the intent of the majority of the board. So that is why we are presenting this amended language, basically asking that the district administrator ask for board members to participate as observers in the process of hiring leadership.
I don't know, Mary Kay, if I'm not reading this correctly, but the motion says, shall ask for board members to observe the interview process. I'm probably looking at something wrong. And then the red is for board member participation. If none is found, the process will continue. Or Dr. Sprague, can you help me?
That's why the motion says to amend what you see there so that it is consistent with the one that was just approved. We went back and forth last time, and that's what we settled on, to amend it first thing at this meeting.
Okay.
I could read the whole paragraph if you'd like me to.
Sure, Dr. Deep, that would be great for the community to know.
So the amended 3120 would read, when the following positions become vacant: Director of Buildings and Grounds, Director of Business Services, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Director of Pupil Services and Special Education, Human Resource Specialist and Principals, the district administrator shall ask for board members to observe the interview process, comma, and if none are available, comma, the process will continue. The district administrator shall also provide redacted application information to the board prior to the interview process. The number of board members observing the interviews must not constitute a quorum of the full board.
Thank you for reading that. Does anybody have any questions or discussion? Hearing no questions or discussion, we will open the vote for the motion on the floor. The vote is now open. Would anybody like to change their vote? Okay, the vote is now closed. We have 8 in favor and 1 against. The one against is Angie Schreiber. The motion passes. Item G, consideration to eliminate remote learning due to inclement weather. I will be looking for a motion.
Item H.
I'm sorry, item H.
I move the board eliminate the district's remote learning due to inclement weather and replace it with a snow day, no school.
Motion has been made. Jill, you may speak to your motion.
I made the request for this item to be added to the agenda. There's been a lot of feedback from parents and the community businesses as well of why don't we just have snow days? And then when is it a snow day and when is it a remote learning day? And I thought remote learning, summarizing feedback, thought remote learning ended with COVID stuff. So it remains unclear. And I guess the feedback I've heard the most, and as a parent myself, I would like to see the district move to snow days, no remote learning. I don't know that it's equitable. If we have no school due to inclement weather, we likely have power outages, internet barriers, and of course the childcare barriers. I've also heard a number of parents say this is literally flashbacks from COVID and when we were forced to do this. So we talk about the impacts of COVID and on achievement and things like that, and it was just like, families are not wanting to do that. I'm not saying all. I'm simply, again, the feedback I've gotten directly to me is, can we just have a snow day? So I asked it to be brought to the board. I do feel that when school was called during the school day yet, students were informed to bring their Chromebooks home for a remote learning day on the snow day, whereas today school is canceled after school hours. So then tomorrow is a snow day, and that's why I actually asked for it to be brought to the board, because and to be clear, this isn't like I'm not saying they should or shouldn't have, school should not have been closed on those days or the timing or any of that. It is simply that if it's during a certain time frame that the district determines that it's going to be no school due to inclement weather, it's remote learning, whereas if it occurs after a certain time frame, then it's a snow day, and it's just taking away that if this, then that, and it simplifies it. Families know they don't need somebody that can also assist or oversee or any of that kind of stuff, and there's no internet barriers. It's just simply a snow day.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to comment? Trina?
I have two questions. Are you looking for this to start immediately? And second question is, if we are looking for this to start immediately, do we have enough academic minutes to enable that to happen, or would we have to change the calendar?
I was anticipating the minutes would come up, and I don't have that answer. So that's what
It depends on how many we would have. The crux is if you offer remote learning, you can count those minutes and not have to extend the calendar, which was a benefit. And I understand what you're saying, Jill. Now for tomorrow with no school, the reason was both the timing. It did kind of sneak up on us. We all surrounding districts thought we'd have school for much of the day today, and then the weather changed, or the forecast changed. And secondly, tomorrow is not the heaviest academic day we have. So even if we had canceled school tomorrow at noon today, it would have been a snow day without learning objectives. So we just try to specify that. And the other piece is the learning objectives are really mostly for secondary students. We all know where our achievement lies, and it's an opportunity to continue that learning, but by no means is it as a replacement of a full day. Not at all. In fact, hands-on courses or labs, you really can't do much. In the family letter that went home prior to snowfall, we took that really away from our elementary students for that reason. It was too stressful for caregivers to try and help them log in. So after consulting with teachers and principals, we said, even in the letter, if you can, snuggle in and read a book together, that would be great. So we were cognizant of that and just wanted the opportunity to be there. And it also would never make or break a grade. We were very clear with that, with our teachers too, so.
No, I understand where the district is coming from and that there are benefits. I'm only one board member. I want the academic minutes to be purposeful. And I think consistency for our district is beneficial. And so although we can count minutes when we offer something, it's not serving much of a purpose aside from just the minutes itself, but consistency is beneficial. It also is stressful in the capacity of, if I do my work, then what? If I don't do my work, then what? You know, like it just feels really unclear. Like here's a opportunity to voluntarily do work. It won't be used against you, but it won't be used to benefit. You know what I mean? Like, what's the purpose of it? Just doesn't feel like there's a strong purpose aside from creating work to have some learning objectives available for some of the students.
How many snow days do we have built in? Roughly.
We currently do not have any snow days built into the calendar, correct?
But we have enough days so
That
that
we
we
can.
wouldn't have to add, right. The only time we've had to add in the last 5 years, I think was my first year here, we had 8 or 9 snow days, and we ended up going more in June.
I would just wonder if we could have a compromise and say, if we could have the first 5 as snow days, or whatever that number is, and after that, then we should try to do remote learning so we don't have to add days. But I don't know if,
And I can look at that when we present, hopefully in January, a draft of a calendar for your approval for next year.
as a kid, man, if I could vote when I was a kindergartner, I'd be super pissed at myself if I didn't vote to just have snow days.
Yeah, Andy, go ahead.
I would just like to comment as somebody who employed a lot of kids in the summertime. Yeah, I did not appreciate it when school got extended in June because we had more than, I think at that time it was 3 snow days. If we went over the 3-day limit, we just added days. And I don't think those, when you talk about meaningful minutes, I don't think those days in June are very meaningful. And
That, you're right. Oh, can I respond?
Yeah, you can talk to Andy.
That feedback was consistent from both families and staff when we surveyed to go to remote learning.
Did I hear?
no, I don't think I'm done.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
So the other thing is, you might say, well, this isn't very meaningful work. Well, I think it is for some kids. And I hate to say it, but I think there's some kids that school doesn't mean that much. It's not meaningful for them. But to other kids, they would just as soon have something that you say, this is what we want you to work on. I don't want you to take away my time from building a snowman or going skiing, but to work on something for an hour or 2 is reasonable.
Okay.
Okay, but I asked 2 questions, and do we want this to start immediately? I didn't get an answer to that one.
As the motion reads, it would.
Okay.
that was only one question.
I know, but I asked it the first time with the other one, and I didn't get an answer.
Yeah. Bill, did you have another comment that
I appreciated JD's feedback.
Okay.
So.
any other, Angie?
So the feedback that I've gotten from the community is if we could call, school off the evening before would take a lot of stress off of working parents, because that gives them time to find alternative childcare versus getting a text or a phone call at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, which is, I've gotten that before, and then you're scrambling trying to figure out what in the world do I do now.
Whenever we can, we do.
I would probably say that and I think I have said this in board meetings, one of the toughest decisions that the district administrator makes is whether to have a snow day or not. Because you're not going to please everybody. There's always going to be somebody on either side that's not gonna like it. I think Julie, because she has canceled the evening before, as she did tonight, for tomorrow, and then the last one, it was the evening before. So it gives families opportunity in order to do that. Go
So,
ahead.
a couple.
Sorry to cut in on your 10 minutes.
A couple other points. So last week, was it last week that we had? Yeah. The day before it was called, there was a lot of ice on the roads that morning. And I was getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if anybody else was, but I was getting a lot of feedback from not only parents, but community members, to teachers, to school, bus drivers. I mean, everybody. And they were wondering why in the world we were having a school, because the main roads had slippery spots, but the side roads were glare ice. And so we put everybody at risk, and we had an enormous amount of teachers out that day because they didn't want to drive in on the roads. So we had, principals filling in for teachers in their classrooms, which is great. But if we're to that point, should we have called off? I mean, like, what's the criteria, and at what level do we make that decision? And then second part of that question is now Tim made those decisions previously, gave the recommendation to you, and then, well, that's what I was told.
We have a whole team, so with Tim's impending retirement, now I work with Jake, who consults with the city, the county, and Maliette. I check with all the other superintendents in the area. So we started at 4:30 the day in question, 4:30 a.m. And most districts who called that day, you'll notice, didn't call until after 6. And in speaking with Tony Schumacher, who we also work with, he said getting there won't be the problem. And again, he's just one partner. Getting to school won't be the problem, and Maliette concurred completely. But while you're in school, it's going to be pretty icy. So then we have to watch and monitor the temp. You may be dismissing early. So, yeah, I even said to Danny, we're likely going to have to dismiss early, and then the rain actually removes some of the ice. And so we agreed to cancel activities and the next day. So Rhinelander stayed open. I talked with Eric, of course. We had Elko and White Lake. So, but many others canceled, you're right. But Maliette confirmed they had 0. So I don't know which bus drivers you talked to, but they told us 0 instances or concerns AM and PM. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was a really tough call, especially when so many others cancel. That kind of power in numbers, that was, well, Jake will tell you, I was.
It is a pretty elaborate process. We don't take it lightly. I have started since I started here 8 years ago. I start the process by driving the roads at 4 a.m. I'm up, I'm talking to highway crews, I'm talking to law enforcement if I think it's appropriate to see what they're seeing as far as cars in the ditch, things of that nature. Talking closely with Maliette Bus Company. Really, when you look at it from the safety side, our biggest concern of safety directly is, are the bus transports going to be successful or not? Or are they gonna put our kids in danger? That's really where I kind of focus my attention on. And yeah, there was certainly concern, but given all the factors, Tim Grosskirth from Maliette and myself were on the same page along with the county, and forecasters that we felt that we were safe, and it turned out that buses did transport safe. It's very tough. That weather forecast can change very quickly. So that kind of leads into when we look at calling the night before, inevitably we are going to get that snow day when it's 40 and sunny.
I have one more question.
But one further thing that I did want to add is, actually, buses do have problems somewhat on a regular basis. There are days that we don't have any weather conditions, that buses do end up sliding in ditches just because of the condition of our town roads and the funds that they have to maintain them, so, yeah.
The other huge factor for tomorrow, with being in transportation myself, is our diesel buses. They gel up, and that's what you gotta look at too, Angie.
Yeah, I just have one more question. So when we have inclement weather like that, and, you know, you're kind of iffy if you should call off school or not, are all of our district administrators coming in? Or are you working from home?
It depends, I've done both.
Because I feel like if we're bringing students and staff in, I feel like our administration team should be
Oh,
in.
if we're in session, we're all in.
Okay.
I thought you meant.
I was thinking that you were working, like, not you specifically.
No.
Not you specifically, but like some people may be working from home
No,
and stuff, and I thought that wouldn't be right.
no,
Okay.
I agree. Principals are subbing a lot, even when the weather isn't bad. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not just to the weather. And also, parents and guardians have the right up to 10 days, actually, to excuse their child for any reason. And we did have a number not send them, and that is perfectly fine, just to be clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jacob. Jake, I'm sorry, Jake. Jake, not Jacob.
Jacob.
I know, but
Trouble.
Did I reserve that?
your wife usually calls you, or maybe your mother calls you, and not me. Kristen.
Although I do appreciate all this information, I don't believe this is what the agenda item is. So to bring us back to that, is it safe to say, Julie, you are not in favor of this motion? Just so I understand where you're coming from.
I am not, correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen, because I was going to go back to that too. So I was under the
Can you
understanding.
hold 1 second? I had another board member that was just
Oh,
before you.
sorry, I missed
Yep.
that. Sorry.
Andy.
I was looking.
Yeah, I just had a question. The enormous amount of teachers that were missing that day, do you have a number on what that enormous amount is, or a percentage? And that's only half my question.
Okay.
You know, when we talk about a snow day, we know we got 540 square miles that the buses are driving on, but Angie brings up a good point that some of our teachers are driving from Wausau or Rhineland or perhaps even farther. And, you know, it is a point that we need to think about our teachers, and, you know, I'm not saying how you mix that into the consideration of calling a snow day, but I guess I'm just saying I would like to see some consideration given to teachers there. As we get more and more that are more distant commuting.
I don't have a number, but I do know some put in for an emergency day.
There's 6 at the high school,
6,
from the high school.
oh, thank you, absent that day.
Yeah, they said that there was a lot, that it wasn't any more than a.
Ooh, sorry about that. I just scratched my pen. Jill, go ahead.
We checked on that, and we didn't think it was an inordinate amount that was more than.
Thank you.
For still on my 10 minutes, I want to hear from Donna.
Okay.
I did bring up our ASAP, which I can view the whole district. So we did have 11 staff with no subs on the 14th, 16 staff with no sub required, and 5 staff that were filled on the 14th.
Thank you.
Is that a lot more than a normal day?
That's district-wide, Donna.
That's district-wide.
District-wide.
Correct. I mean, without running a report.
Right.
I know that it is very common that we have several staff throughout the district unfilled, as well as no staff, no sub required because they, you know, cover from the high school, and so it may be put in as no sub required. Or if it is like an interventionist, a title teacher, an instructional assistant, at times if we can cover it, you know, as a team approach, it may be put in as no sub required.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you, Donna, for bringing that.
So, going back to the motion though, Julie, is there, So there's not we don't have a consistent snow day or learning objectives day, it's at your discretion. So that's the struggle, is in summarizing and in putting it all together. I didn't even realize that, because of what I read, I don't know if it was on, I don't know where it was, somewhere on our district website or communications, was if it's called during school hours, students will be sent home with a Chromebook, that's how we would decide. So I guess for me, hearing this now, I'm just seeking consistency. I think there are benefits in playing the game and being able to get those minutes, but I don't like that there's not consistency, so that's all.
Okay, does anybody have any other questions from the board? Angie?
So could we amend this to say, like, I think it was JD.
JJ.
Yeah. You know, the first, 5 days or whatever would be snow days, and then after that, it would be.
If you want to offer an amendment, you are so right to do that.
The question is how many days it should be, and I have no plausible guess if it should be 3 or 5 or.
And each level is different based on the minutes
So
that they need or don't have.
it's up to you for that amendment.
Well, how many days do we have, extra days do we already have built into our current school calendar?
Because we had remote learning opportunities, my guess is probably 3.
So you're saying for the next calendar, maybe we should do this?
Yeah, for the next calendar, I'll have all of that ready for you.
Can I clarify, I just wanted to clarify from Jill what she wanted consistency for? Was it the
You
consistency?
have 1 minute, yes.
That's the question. Consistency in how it's called, or consistency of the day? The
No.
consistency of the day is there. If it's after this, if they have that. It's Julie's discretion is whether she's gonna call it or not. I just wanted to clarify that.
Consistency in whether they're gonna
Now,
work or not,
time
right?
out.
Snow day or not.
I don't know what you just shared, Heidi, would contradict what I thought I just understood Julie to say, which is that it's Julie's discretion whether or not there's learning objectives or not. But now you're saying there is a time.
That's what I'm trying to clarify from both, because my
Right.
understanding is that if it's called, I mean, she didn't call it tomorrow, if it's after a certain time or whatever, we're gonna do a snow day, but if we're calling it a remote learning day, then the consistency of what that looks like is consistent. Like, whether the elementaries are doing it or not, that's in what we're doing, it's spelled out for everybody,
Correct, but
so.
at the superintendent's discretion, which
minute.
is where the families don't know when it is or when it's not going to be, right? Until,
Yeah.
like, we know that there's a storm predicted tomorrow, but parents didn't know leading up till tomorrow. I can anticipate there's gonna be learning objectives if there's a snow day. They don't know that until the district calls school and shares there's no learning objectives tomorrow, you have a free day, or snow, inclement weather with learning objectives. You have to wait until that determination and then wait to find out what the expectation for students and staff is.
Dr. Sprague?
For the every
parents'
time the
standpoint.
announcement is made, twice so far this year, it has said, the first one we had learning objectives, tomorrow we do not. And so you're right, Jill, every time I make that announcement, it indicates whether or not, or what the expectation is.
Yes, so to speak to consistency, the consistency would be that every snow day has learning objectives, or every snow day is a snow day.
Yes.
That's the consistency piece.
Otherwise, it's confusing for parents.
Andy?
I gotta disagree with wanting that much consistency. It's good to know, and the sooner you know, the better. But if a storm comes up and we didn't really think it was gonna be much, and Jake or whoever goes out at 4 in the morning and says, oh man, this is terrible, you just gotta, you gotta call it off. And you didn't send kids home with anything for their learning day, so you just gotta call it a snow day. But I don't think that means we wanna give up learning days, virtual days, because then we just go to that other deal where we're adding days on in June, and we're just losing minutes.
I don't disagree with losing minutes. I can just speak as a parent. with a high schooler and as a parent with younger ones. I would also, you have family, to put it in the perspective of the parent feedback. Is my child available to watch their siblings? Is my child not available because they have learning objectives? Like, those are all the components to it. Or my child can work today because it's snow day, no school, versus my child can work a partial day because it's no school learning objectives. Like, there's a lot of that involved. I agree. I think it's a great use of playing the game well to get the minutes. I just would love to see consistency. So,
From a parent standpoint, I would agree.
Any other board members have comments? The motion on the floor is I move the board eliminate the district's remote learning due to inclement weather and replace with a snow day, no school. That is the motion on the floor. The voting is now open for the motion that is on the floor. Anybody like to change your vote?
Wait 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I think Dave is almost right back here.
He can't vote if he wasn't in the discussion.
He wasn't in part
He
of.
was at the beginning.
He was in the beginning.
I can't vote.
Yeah, so I was just getting ready to get there, Dave, so thank you. Nobody wants to change their vote?
Can he close the poll like this?
Yep,
Okay.
yep. So the voting is now closed. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4 against and 3 in favor of, with 1 abstention. Mary Kay, can you read those names and how the voting was, please?
Voting no, Trina Borneman, Dr. Noel Deep, Kristen Mattmiller, and Andy Mary. Voting yes, Jill Maddick, Danny Pyatt, Angie Schreiber. Abstaining, J.D. Schrader.
So the motion fails. Okay. I did slip a note over to Julie, asking her what the attendance percentage was for that particular day. She can send that out to us because she may not have that in front of her exactly. She can send that to us just for information of what that was for the day for the district. Thank you. Letter I, consideration to approve overnight travel. Looking for a motion.
I move the board approve AHS band members travel to Pasadena, California to participate in the 2023 Tournament of Roses Parade from December 28, 2022 through January 4th, 2023, and boys hockey travel to Stoughton for hockey games in Waupun on January 27th and Stoughton on January 28th, 2023.
Motion's been made. Dr. Deep, would you like to speak to that motion?
No, we wish them the best.
Okay, I see that hand.
Just
Sabrina?
maybe even a point of privilege. It should be December 28th instead of the 18th.
Yes. Yeah, December the 28th. Mary Kay is not the 18th. It's for the Rose Bowl Parade. Anybody else have any questions or discussion? I will say that our band has raised a little over $150,000 to go to the Rose Bowl Parade. And I think that's commendable for the boosters and all the students that raised all of this money to go. And congratulations to them. It's going to be a great trip. Okay, the voting is now open for the motion that is in front of you. Anybody like to change your vote? Okay, the voting is closed. Dustin? All in favor, the motion carries. Report of district retirements and resignations. Looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the resignation of Brenna Berendt, middle school science teacher, and Corbin Walrath, middle school custodian.
Motion has been made. Dr. Deep, would you like to speak to your motion?
No? Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Yes, Angie?
I just have a couple questions. First, I guess, In general speaking, is there a penalty for when somebody breaks their contract with us? And like, what is that penalty?
It's tiered depending upon the time of the year. This one, I want to say it was $3,000. But actually, you'll be asked to approve, essentially, we're getting an employee, so we typically offer to pay the liquidated damages for a teacher, and the district she's going to would have paid hers. So that's becoming very common, is that the district pays those for the employee.
Okay. Next question would be, it sounded like this was a relatively new teacher. And so was she hired with a sign-on bonus?
I don't believe so, but I'd have to go back and check.
Okay, and when we do have the sign-on bonuses, is there any kind of criteria to that? I mean, like, is it broke down per quarter that they get a payment, or do they have to sign like an agreement that they'll be with the school district for, 2-3 years? That's very common when you get a sign-on bonus.
I know we have had some language like that, but it isn't consistent. Again, it depends on the time of the year, how much that bonus is, so there's nothing standard about it. Because we don't give bonuses for everyone.
Right.
Typically hard to fill positions where we can't compete with their current salary. And so then they'll take a lesser amount with a one-time stipend.
Okay, so do you think it would be in our best interest to make some kind of standardized policy that if it is offered, this is the criteria, and it's applicable to everybody that gets a sign-on bonus?
I really don't, Angie, just because it depends on what they're making. Are we in the ballpark, yes or no? And then how close can we get there? There's typically a lot of negotiating that goes on. And as I told our teachers, teachers have the control right now because there is such a shortage. So if you're willing to move districts and either commute or move physically, you can make more money every year without question. So that puts us in a really tough spot. We've lost candidates because we can't get close enough to what they're making, even with a sign-on bonus. So it's a back and forth negotiation. So I wouldn't want to be locked in on a finite amount or something like that, because then.
No, I'm not saying the amount. I'm saying like the, what's the word I'm looking for?
You want them
Like
to
a
pay
minimum
some
commitment that.
Yes, thank
have.
you.
Oh,
Yeah,
And they
I
get
see.
the bonus
Yep.
paid at the end of the year when they fulfill their contract.
Correct.
yeah, thank you.
Or they get it paid by quarter.
Yeah, something
We can-
something to keep
we
them
can
here.
look into that, sure.
Okay.
Any other questions? Hearing no questions, the vote is open for the motion on the floor, which is approving the resignation of the 2 staff members. I'm waiting for,
Oops, sorry, I was looking at the weather.
you're hitting the wrong buttons there. Okay, anybody want to change your vote? Nope, the voting is closed. All in favor. Report of district new hires, I will be looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the following new hires: Tiffany Tank, high school alternative education teacher; Michelle Hafer, 7th grade science teacher; and Gail Stieber, special education instructional assistant.
Motion has been made. Dr. Deep, would you like to speak to your motion?
I was impressed that 2 of the candidates come with phenomenal years of experience.
Yes.
Good catch.
Any other questions or comments? Andy?
Yeah, I just question, both of these candidates have about the same amount of experience, but their pay level is $10,000 different. Is there an explanation for that?
It's probably what they negotiated.
Right, and let me take a look. Usually parochial years of experience do not equate one-to-one with public.
Okay.
Any other questions? Hearing no questions, the voting is now open for the motion on the floor of hiring the new employees.
Mine didn't read. There it goes.
Anybody would like to change their vote? Okay, the vote is closed. All in favor. Report of donations, letter L. Looking for a motion.
I move the board accept the following donations: $972.59 from Anigo Tater Trot for AHS soccer concession stand equipment, $100 from Langlet County Retired Educators Association for AHS band Rose Bowl trip, and $500 from Steve Bradley for weekend backpack program, for a total of $1,572.59.
Motion has been made. Dr. Deep, would you like to speak to your motion?
I'd just like to extend my thanks to all of them.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, the voting is now open for the motion on the floor to accept the report of the donations to the district. Anyone like to change your vote? Okay, the voting is closed, and all in favor of the donations. Item number 6, closed session, consideration of a motion to adjourn into closed session pursuant to section 19.851C of the Wisconsin statutes for the purpose of considering the employment status of public employee over which the Board of Education exercises jurisdiction, including discussion regarding terms of superintendent district administrator's contract. I will be looking for a motion.
I so move.
Motion has been made. Andy, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, the voting is now open to go into closed session. Anyone change your vote? Okay, the voting is closed. All in favor? Can we take a 5-minute little break and come back in here for closed session? Thank you.
Sometimes it's not catchy.
Okay, we are now back in open session after having closed session. And the results of the closed session are that we have adopted a resolution that pertains to our district administrator. Anybody have any questions?
I'll read
Comments?
that resolution be read and the vote come to you.
Okay. I don't know if people heard that, so I'll say Mr. Andy Mary asked for the resolution to be read and the result of the vote that was taken in closed session. So the resolution is the extension, regarding the extension of the administrator's contract. Whereas Dr. Julie Sprague has an employment contract as superintendent of the Unified School District of Antigo that includes an automatic extension into a new 2-year contract if notice is not given of a decision by the Board of Education to not authorize an automatic extension by January 15 of any contract year. Whereas the Board of Education desires to discontinue the automatic extension of the employment contract for the new 2-year contract for Dr. Sprague in order to provide more flexibility for the Board of Education as it encounters financial challenges and educational success challenges. Therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Unified School District of Antigo as follows. Number 1, that the Board of Education hereby discontinues the automatic extension language in the superintendent employment contract and authorizes the issuance of a notice to Dr. Julie Sprague that the Board of Education does not wish to continue the automatic extension included in her employment contract. Number 2, that the Board of Education president is authorized to communicate this decision to Dr. Sprague and to notify her that her employment contract continues for the remainder of the 2022-2023 school year and for the 2023-2024 school year. Adopted and approved this 21st day of December 2022 with my signature as the President of the Board of Education of the Unified School District of Antigo and attested by Kristen Matt-Miller, the Board Clerk of the Board of Education of the Unified School District of Antigo. And at this time, I'll ask Mary Kay to read the results of the vote that was taken in closed session.
Borneman, no. Deep, no. Maddock Nelson, yes. Matt Miller, no. Excuse me, Matt Miller, yes. I'm sorry, can't read my own writing. Mary, no. Pyatt, yes. Schreiber, yes. Schrader, no. Bardo, yes. And it was 5-4, resolution passes.
Okay. Thank you very much. The next Board of Education meeting will be held on Monday, January 23rd, 2023. Hope everybody enjoys their snow day tomorrow. Merry Christmas to everybody, all the board members, all the administration, students, and staff of the school district. Enjoy your Christmas break. Nothing else to say. Take for a motion to adjourn. Motion's been made, and we don't need seconds, so all in favor of adjourning, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And the motion's carried. This meeting is adjourned.
Dustin,
I don't want to.
It's a good question.
Kristen and Jill, I need signature.
I just want to stay home.
Can I get that?
Hey, we,
I didn't either until I saw Bardo on the back. I was like,
Yeah, it's a little short.
hey, yeah, because that's a